gonna kind of disengage a little because they've already gotten so much damage, not only from that initial pump, but from the trades they had before in that engagement. So no need to kind of continue the pursuit, as now they can refocus up on getting back into zone.
That must surge. Wouldn't be surprised to see them even venture back towards Flooded Frogs. They are fairly notorious for liking to double back to their starting point, just knowing how much loot is likely still left over. Grippe, Noms, and Rizoi, though, kind of holding strong. They've got fishing rods, Takata, but with the way that the zone is pooling, it might be difficult for them to actually find opportunities to actually get those fish online, because teams already situated deeper inside of the zone are bound to try and hold edge when they know that there's water spots approaching for other teams to fish at.
On the other side, you got trios like Payson, Trulex, and Chicho, who don't have to worry about being in zone because they're so central on the map already. This is a trio that have consistently, like mentioned, was Levening, gotten to the top 10. They can make it to end games. They've got their surge strategy down. They've got their rotates down, but it's all about improving that end game playstyle, being able to secure the win, not only making it, but getting what truly matters to take home a trophy in a major finals of this caliber.
This is another team, though, that's really been the talk of the town as of late. Wox specifically, just recently having moved directly towards France, so now he's actually going to be in a zero ping location, and zero ping Wox has been delivering, Takata. It has been impressive to see the way that his overall performance has seemed to really just shot through the roof as of late. And that's not to say that he was doing poorly before either. I mean, Ping and Malabuka, with those guys by his side, this is a trio that seems like it's really firing off in all the right ways in every direction.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna love to see this trio get fraggy in endgame. As you know, having uncontested night shift and so many trios fighting in the surrounding area, they're gonna kind of look for those third parties, get that early game surge, but we'll see how that continues forward, as now Sky, Skrull, and iDrop might be in, I was gonna say a pickle, but it seems like they are actually the aggressors in this situation. It's Monet, it's Lucy, who are kind of trying to run away here.
The problem for Lucy and Monet is that they opted for such a deep south approach to third-party the teams at Hopeful Heights that now they're making an approach that has to push directly into where Skrull, iDrop, and Sky already have the luxury of setting up to cut them off in advance. So with that in mind, iDrop, Sky, Skrull, they're just going to keep probably following this edge of zone as long as they know that there's a team back there continuously having to take more and more of those steady ticks of zone or storm. It's just going to pose even bigger issues for Lucy's team that are going to be all too easy for iDrop to capitalize on.
Yeah, and not only that, they need to reboot their trio, right? They need to get another member back in the game. So finding a way to not only get back into the storm, but have an opening to bring your trio back with iDrop, Sky, and Skrull just looking back at zone is going to be incredibly difficult. I even see Pixie, Marius, and Vanya here on the other end looking quite healthy here.
Cat Matt's definitely a really solid position to be, especially hanging out around here. Mass Meadows can't say the same though for Money Maker. Just watched his demise there in 4K. Gudenbreed now trying to do what he can to survive, keep these Lobby 1 dreams going, but Wox, Malabuka, Ping, they know exactly how easy this is.
Gudenbreed is done for. Not a single chance of getting out of the Dragon's sight. Malabuka, Wox, Ping, gonna clean that one up incredibly fast. And just like we were mentioning previously, now that Malabuka not only had all the loot from Night Shift on Con, they were able to find 3 eliminations going, whether it be a third part or even just hunting down a trio. And now they can play on congested side. They can get to the late game looted, and they can start getting fraggy when they need to, as we switch on over to MrSavage, Mongraal, and Panzer, who also already have 1 elimination on the board.
An elevated position though on the mountain span that overlooks Canyon Crossing. And one big thing for MrSavage is that coming out of Bird uncontested, they're going to have to make up for that surge elsewhere. Mongraal, on the other hand, this could be a huge problem. Fax trying to see if he can run him down.
MrSavage now going to see if he can help out Mongraal. Has to be careful. Do anything you can to rebuild hard builds here to keep Mongraal alive. Apply the pressure onto the opponents, onto the aggressors. Give Mongraal time to recuperate his shield, and just like that, it was enough time. Radion's now been cracked. Rax getting some shots in as well. This is perfect for MrSavage, Mongraal, and Panzer. With a little bit more time to breathe, now they can recuperate the shield that they have lost.
Things still don't look great, though, for Panzer. MrSavage, really the only one that's relatively healthy. He's trying to get a big chunk out of Trrashy's HP and does succeed. Trrashy now realizing the kind of dire measures he's in, doing what he can, dropping as much as possible. Knows that he needs to create a little bit of space here, needs a chance to try and regroup with the rest of his team. But MrSavage, Panzer, Mongraal, they need to close this one out. The issue is Mongraal just doesn't have whites that he can recuperate with. And now they're drawing a little bit too much attention.
No whites, no knocks, and as you were alluding to at the bottom right on the minimap, you can see a whole other trio is getting closer. They heard the noise, they heard the shots, and said, you know, I'm interested. I need some damage. What's going on over here? As now they're gonna have to quickly decide what's the play here. We need to find whites. We need to get to a safe location so we can recuperate this shield we've lost. It's not worth it to stay aggressive.
They also just don't have mats. They spent so much time taking that fight on the mountain. They're burning through their mats, and yet there's no bodies for them to loot. They didn't find those eliminations that they needed, those crucial refreshes. So their mid-game now looking a little bit worse, but it's not something that they can't recover from. It's just they know that there's going to be a fight that they're going to have to commit to at some point soon, as Marius taking full advantage of all the advantages Shogun's Arena has to offer.
We've talked about this Rift Island that has Shogun's Arena on it. Not only are you able to get the medallion if you take down the boss, if the zone does end up closing around this arena, you get free moving zones where you don't have to use mats. You get a 360 first class ticket to the whole lobby in terms of looking for surge tags. You have so many openings, you get so many advantages. So being able to hold on to that island is very beneficial as we go back on over to Queasy, Swizzy, and MrSavage, who are still inside of Hopeful Heights.
And for this trio, there were such high expectations, conned or unconned. When it comes to an IGL like Queasy, people just expect him to be able to manifest greatness from anywhere, especially after that global championship performance. Arguably one of the only individuals in this lobby that was able to give a contentious run for that first place position. And here he is again, trying to make it all happen, all odds against him, and he will never care.
We'll hope to see that continue forwards in the late game as we go to iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. Now, this is a trio that has an uncontested kind of split right by a bunch of other trios that are contested. And seeing how quickly they can kind of go from looting their drops.
Not actually 100% sure I'm allowed to just stream the official broadcast. So this one won't have commentary, but when I'm at the computer, I'll try to provide some of my own commentary. But sorry, I'm trying to set this up now so that I don't want to get in trouble with Epic Games. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching though. Yeah guys, what's up Banana Lover? What's up Mason? What's up Marshall? What's up Liam? What's up Maddie? So boys. Yo, Liam from YouTube. Let's go. We got 3 people watching on Twitch right now. That's epic. Give me some of that sweet, sweet ad revenue. I do need to step away for a little bit. I'm not gonna be here the whole time. Yo, Liam, just leave it on while you eat breakfast, right? Just leave it on. You know what I mean? Just leave it on, dog. Leave it on. That's the galaxy brain. Where do I watch this? This is I just Googled FNCS clean feed. I was a little nervous about streaming the actual broadcast because I don't have, you know, any copyright protection. Oh, this is Mongraal MrSavage. No! He knocks down Panzer. That's their... Oh, I think they're just wiped. I think Mongraal and MrSavage just got full wiped, 20th place. I don't know if they get any points this game. I saw... Yeah, they're all gone. Shoot, Flixie, Veno, and Vico wipe out Mongraal and MrSavage. Game 1. 20th place or 21st place? Yeah, because of copyright. So, got rid of it, just being safe. Unfortunately, it does make it a little more boring when I'm not, you know, at the computer, which I'm not going to be all day at all. But I do want to be able to stop in, step out, and have this playing the whole time. I've never done this before. Want to see what it's like. Sorry, I thought I could do the mainstream, but then I don't want to lose my creator code, if you know what I mean. All right, everybody, I will be back. Enjoy watching EUF and CS.
Thank you very much, guys. I love it. We got the Gentlemates showdown again. These Gentlemates players are delivering. I imagine Nikov's chat is going absolutely wild right now. But Mini Miner, were you feeling wild about Queasy's chances? Because from zone 9, he looked so comfortable with his trio on that high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a classic build-up. I think it was late in the 8th zone there just to try and take that high ground, play out the materials. Swizzy and Mustache so impressive there in that end game. I think they had 5 eliminations each. And we always say, 11, when Queasy is in this position with materials, with high ground, it's only going to go one way.
I mean, I am moved. I am very moved. Major 1 Mustache is back. He's on fire. He's getting all the elims they need. They pick up this first win, and it's just so symbolic of just what can happen when this team is surviving off spawn, right? We have to remember that. This game starts off with them landing Seaport. Minnie and I predicted it. Look, we don't think they're going to land and come, you know, this other trio at Kappa Kappa Factory. We think they're going to go Seaport. They did go Seaport. They win at Seaport, and the rest of the game just feels so clear from that point forward. I mean, this is a team that, you know, many people before we sort of were thinking about what was going to happen in the Major 1 finals, whether they were Uncon or Con, we're looking at them as like the second best team in the region behind Veno's trio, right? And we just weren't sure what was the off-spawn situation was going to look like. Queasy right now trying to just eliminate all of that. He's saying, forget what the off-spawn situation looks like. I'm here to play, and here to play they are. Can they keep this up for the next 12 games though? That's really what it comes down to.
All I know is that whatever Queasy is eating, it is working. He's been serving up a storm on his socials. He's been serving up a storm in this lobby, but we've got so many more games to go. So let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have even more Fortnite. Welcome back to FNCS Europe. If you've just joined us, you missed a wicked game number 1. And 11-2K, the fact that Queasy won it was all the sweeter because we needed to see where they were going to be dropping, what their off-spawn situation was. And it looks like they made the right decision.
Yeah, I can say it now because it happened. I am a fraud. I was pretending like I didn't know, and I was like, oh, are they gonna land? I knew you. Queasy told me he was gonna land Seaport. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And what was actually funnier about it was that like the plan was that if they had, you know, Kappa uncon, he was still gonna land Seaport to try and push, you know, Mumsy's trio away. And he tweeted it, which is why I'm now revealing this. But yeah, like these guys were always gonna land Seaport. They're confident. They genuinely believe they can beat these guys and wipe these guys 12 out of 12 games. And so game 1, they get the job done. Let's see if they can do it again game 2.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from this trio. I like the way that they played the mid game as well in the early game. Those off-spawn eliminations gave them so much flexibility and so much surge there early on. They were playing the medkits in the storm like we've seen them do so often just to get them that prime position inside of the zone. And from there on out, as we talked about earlier, just an easy game for Queasy, really. Up on height, loads of materials. You got 2 of the best fraggers by your side. Easy peasy.
And remember the saying, guys, take height.
Don't get eliminated.
Oh, boring. But yes, of course.
Yeah, it's just that. It's, that's how we say it.
Yeah. Also, you can trust Lemon, apparently. Lemon, if he slides into your DMs, he's going to keep everything to himself. No, clearly I am the Lemon of the desk. If you've seen my ranking 0 build, you would totally agree with me. Now, let's talk about someone who's definitely not a Lemon, and that's Miniminer, actually, because your prediction that Malabuka was one to watch for this tournament this weekend was definitely right on the money. I believe it was 10 eliminations for this trio. They were absolutely on fire, Minnie.
Yeah, solid performance from these guys. It was this drop down that they managed to get the chop out from for Veno, Vico, and Flixie that really was the catalyst for their end game. Really nice, a couple of eliminations they got there. Even going into the end game 11, they had so many eliminations. It wasn't the perfect game for them by any means, right? There was a couple of situations where there was a few different teams on the low ground that were trying to contest it. But Wox and Ping clutched up enough placement points and a couple of eliminations as well to make this a decent start for this trio.
No, absolutely. This game was such a tough game for Surge, and a couple of the better teams in this lobby that we thought were going to do well struggled with that, right? I'm sure that will be a theme throughout the day, but these guys are ready. We saw them storm fighting, right? That's one of the benefits of playing Night Shift, how they play it on a zone pool like this. They can just fight people, and then there's so much leftover loot in Night Shift that they're going to be good for the rest of the game. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. They're one of the better fighting trios in this lobby.
That surge was insane. It was something like over 1,500. I don't feel like I've ever actually seen surge that high in a competitive lobby. I'm sure you boys have, but for me, it was definitely a bit of a revelation.
They were 1,500 above, and the threshold was probably like 1,500. So they had like 3K damage at that point in the game, right? They had something silly at that point in the game. But yeah, very, very high thresholds right now.
If you cast your eyes down to the 8th position, I Drop Sky and Scroll, they were definitely making a bid for the high ground at 1.11, and then they called off the search in a way. They decided to slide out things quickly, but they made their names known.
Yeah, again, this is a team that I think many people, you know, are going to expect to be consistent in these games. They've been that way throughout this season. So, you know, without overreacting too much to game 1, it's good to see them make an end game. It's going to be about making, you know, more use of those end games and again, finding those win conditions when needed. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them in terms of being able to get there. It's just, yeah, delivering in the end.
Yeah, I think the problem here for them was they were playing low ground. They were sort of in the center of the zone on low ground. They were sort of in wood there as well. I think there was a moment where like it seemed like every single person was looking at that trio. So ultimately their low ground positioning being in the middle of the entire lobby, everyone looking to try and spray people off their layer. They just became the target, had to spend so many materials, and that's why we saw them go down there. But as you mentioned, I'm expecting to see them in more of these end games. It's nice that they got there. It's nice that they can perform on this big stage, but the job's not done yet. They still have so long to go, and they really need to try and pick things up now for the next game, a few games.
Well, we are going to head straight back onto the Battle Bus, boys, because it is time for game number 2. So let's swiftly move back over to Takata and Taco. I think what we just witnessed was another high ground masterclass, but this time from Queasy's ex-duo, Veno, and the rest of his trio, because the guys, once they claimed height from Prajaj, chopping him down, they were just unstoppable. I know I'm pretty much repeating exactly what I said about Queasy Mini Miner, but it was textbook.
Yeah, this is a slightly different high take in the way that they actually chopped down the team that were already on height. Really, really nicely done. They reinforced, then did what the team up on height didn't do, made sure they weren't able to get chopped out. And I think the crucial moment there, Levin, I think it was the 11th zone, maybe the 10th zone that actually pulled back onto the builds that they had before. So from there on out, they were just so much higher than the rest of the lobby. Everyone else had to sort of slalom through all the old builds, and it was just really, really well played. And what we more expect from this trio.
Yeah, it saved them so many materials, right? And I mean, the casters were sort of hinting at it. It feels like we are just on that crash course to both those teams colliding, right? You know, Queasy and them, they didn't have as many mats, so they didn't play it. So Veno and them were like, all right, we'll do our thing, we'll take it. But like you mentioned, Mini, the differences in how they both play for height shine there. These guys are all about chopping height. Look at them, they're just chopping through the builds there. The team up on height has no clue at all. All three of them pickaxes out. The Italians racks didn't see it coming. And then the beams, look at Veno in his element. The beams to get him out of there. I was a bit worried they were just going to start building up on wood there. Thankfully, Veno built some metal. I think Vico got a bit too excited there, as he does. We know that. But still, they were able to maintain a height here throughout the rest of this game. And now I just want to see what happens when you have both of these teams healthy looking for height. Right? Because that's really what we're building up towards now. One height game from Queasy, one height game from Veno. When both of them are in the lobby and they both want to play high, who comes out on top? Because, you know, both these teams got absolute shooters on their sides. Flixie and Vico just popping off there, getting all the limbs they needed towards the end to close out that game. Vico, that's where he's most comfortable, right? You allow Vico to drop down from height and frag out. Might not be any player better than him in the region. The only person that looks like they can match him right now might be Mustache. So yeah, these two teams right now are so thrilling to watch.
Well, I am desperate to talk about Mustache as well, but unfortunately we have to slalom, to quote Mini Miner, into the break. We'll see you in a few. everyone, and welcome back to FNCS Europe. We are 2 games into our Major 1 finals, and we've still got plenty more Fortnite action coming your way. But let's talk about what happened in Game 2. And Levin, I want to talk to you first of all about Trrashy, Chicho, and Taysom, because they were your team that you were concerned about, should we say, in the pre-show.
Yeah.
But the thing you were not concerned about, I believe, is the struggle for Surge that they witnessed in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never really expect these guys to have any sort of mid-game problems, and we saw this fight here between, you know, Janice's trio who are a bit low on Surge, Taysom's trio a bit lower as well, so both teams are sort of willing to fight, right? They both need the damage, and even though this wasn't one of the concerns we saw highlighted, Mini, this is a general concern of this team, right, in terms of just actual, like, fighting power, right? Obviously, you have Chicho, who's a prominent sort of aimer, and, you know, he's going to be able to hold his own in fights, but, you know, that was the concern about Trrashy and Taysom. If they end up in these sort of mid-game fights, can they hold their own? And there they get picked off, which ain't too great.
Yeah, and it was a home zone for them as well, right? They had the zone right on their drop spot, and it was one of those situations where you think, why would they below Surge? Why were they in that situation in the first place? Because we highlighted it at the beginning, they're so good at doing that. I suppose sort of sometimes when you do get the zones pulling to your drop spot, maybe you just stay too stagnant and not a lot of teams try to sort of rotate around and try and find fights. But right there, we saw exactly why this team haven't been able to get wins. It just showcases they haven't necessarily got that fragging power, the firepower to pick up refreshes, not just in the mid game there, but also in the end game. So yeah, definite concerns right there that they went down that early, because I mean I was definitely expecting to make sort of 10 or 12 or 11 or 12 end games. I mean, that's not a great performance from them at all.
Well, we're having a great performance from Lennon, the analyst. Lennon. I know. What is wrong with me? I'm just going to call you Mr. 2K. Mr. 2K, you made a sterling prediction earlier as well when you talked about one of the teams that was going to surprise in the lobby today, and Pixstorm and Demas. They were doing just that in game number 2. Demas was fragging for the gods.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The clutch was crazy. I will say, Frankie, you can't call me Mr. 2K. It's too good. The fans already think you hate me. If you call me that, they'll think it's tension between us.
Monsieur 2K.
I think Demas, Pixstorm, again, they're a team that I think quality-wise, what they've shown this season is that they can be an elite team. And that clutch from Demas just goes such a long way in proving that. Like, the guy's getting 7 limbs, just fragging out, staying alive. I mean, these guys, again, I think are going to break the record for a new trio in EU in their first, you know, grand final. And, you know, I think they'll place higher than 8th. A good game from them there. I think we'll see a lot more of that.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. I think they're a team that definitely can perform. We spoke about it earlier. I still share the same thoughts that I had at the beginning of potentially maybe they're getting contested by another team, but they're doing really, really well at the moment.
And who else is doing really well is, of course, MrSavage. Now, I mentioned earlier with Malabuka could get the back-to-back today, but MrSavage is going for the back-to-back-to-back in terms of Major 1 final wins. Could be 3rd year in a row that he seals the deal very early in the season. And he was so determined to do that. Yet again, this game, Mini-Minor, fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, just doing what MrSavage does, what we know he can do, picking up eliminations, doing what he does best. And this is exactly what we kind of expect to see out of a Major 1 Mustache at this point, Levin. I think this is just kind of becoming a trend that's almost impossible to ignore. He seems to just perform best at the beginning of the year. He likes to get the job done early. He can sort of take his foot off the gas potentially for the rest of the year. But right now, I mean, thinking just on this game in particular, absolutely incredible stuff, and it's exactly what this team need. Considering they're contested, they need to make the most out of all of their games that they're getting into.
And you have to remember, he was actually in his element in terms of where he's most comfortable. Of course, Queasy's turned these guys into like the height guys, but remember, Mustache is the original. I don't want to be on his mid-ground layer because he's going to give me problems. So it was nice to see him back in that zone.
The only time that MrSavage and Mid will ever be in a sentence together. Thank you so much, boys. We're going to head straight to the cast, though, because game number 3 is ready. Thank you so much. And Takata, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer for us to get the leaderboard ready for you. But in the meantime, we can talk about what happened in the end game. Because I have to say, at the start of that game, we were in our virtual green room. We were going, I haven't seen Mongraal, Savage and Panzer for a while. And it turned out we just had to look up. And there they were, just waiting to grab the Victory Royale, Levin.
Just perfect timing from us. But what a game that was from them. Mongraal, Savage up on hype, Panzer leading the charge as well. I mean, this is what the fans want to see. Let's be honest. I don't care about all that other riffraff, Veno and Queasy them. Show me Mongraal winning games in FNCS, throwing it back to Chapter 2, Season 4. It feels like Fortnite's healing. We're back. This is what we want to see, Minnie.
It really is. I mean, I'm super happy for these guys managing to pick up a victory royale. The way they did it as well, we literally spoke about it at the beginning of the day. Get the island, save the materials, get your surge, get all of the loot on the island that you get from it, and then there you go. You're up on height, which is exactly what this team managed to do. They saved so much from being up there, and then, of course, took height at a perfect moment. Couldn't be more happy for these guys managed to pick up a victory royale. And yeah, as you mentioned, Frankie, we haven't really seen them much throughout the rest or the beginning of the day. So let's see what they can do for the rest of the day.
So, Mindy, they had a game where everything went right for them. How much of these victory royales is therefore down to luck, and how much is down to just sheer excellence?
Well, I mean, it's a battle royale, so it's not necessarily no luck involved, but you're going to put yourself in the position to get into the best position possible, right? If you get that island, you get in that position, you're going to have the best chance of winning, and that's exactly what we've seen from Mongraal, MrSavage, and Panzer right there. I just want to see some of our bigger names, I guess, more sort of Queasies, Venos, people like that going up for this island, because we haven't seen it yet.
Well, we saw quite the mid-game, should we say, and we'll be discussing what exactly happened and who went down after this short break. Hello, welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is a moment for me where I have to eat some humble pie, and that's why I'm stumbling over my words right now, because I have to look these boys in the eye and say that we underplayed the excellence of Mongraal, Savage, and Panzer, because yes, the game plan worked out for them, but they fought for that Island 11-2K and they won it fair and square, even if they didn't actually beat the Shogun. Can you just clarify this for us?
Yeah, so yeah, no, I didn't like how you guys just made it seem like they just got it for free and nobody tried to take it. There was another team that actually went up there and tried to take Island from them. They just forced them off of it. You know, Mongraal, Savage, Panzer, they were like, no, this is our island. None of you can get up here and take it. The thing is though, with that sort of like back and forth, a bit of a stalemate on the island, nobody actually took down the Shogun boss. So there's a point where the team leaves the island and they're still up there and Shogun's just like firing away those fire masks towards those guys. But they held off and they held high and they win the game, and I'm very, very happy for my boys.
Yeah, and there is nothing about this Victory Royale to do with the fact that a lot of our big name trios didn't have the best Surge in E-minor.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a lot of our big names in there, right? We saw a lot of our names that we maybe expect to be looking good on Surge, looking in a good situation. I mean, we saw that with Veno's team. We saw that with Vanya's team as well. Just teams that have been performing well so far today and have been getting to these end games. They struggled. And I know Malibuca's team is another one of those as well. They just didn't have that Surge done early. And it just shows how difficult it really can be for some of our teams here, because the meta 11, the way that people get Surge is so different depending on the teams, and if you're below, it's so difficult to then catch up.
No, honestly, like I feel like we always get games like this in, like, you know, grand finals here in EU, where like there'll just be the one game where like a lot of the big names, the big hitters just aren't there. And like it was funny because we sort of like, you know, pinged around, the observers are showing us every single different like one of these big teams, and every single one of them below, you know, just trying to solo clutch, trying to like do something, a shambles game. And I think it just goes to show how tough these lobbies are when it comes to the Surge thresholds. You're having to do so much damage. Your little early game fight that you're doing near your POI isn't enough. You have to be getting and accumulating damage all throughout the early and mid game to be in a comfortable spot. And speaking of comfortable spots, something I don't think anybody was expecting to see. Pix Dom Demas leading the way. It's only been 3 games, I know. But come on, a team playing in their first major finals, leading the charge here in EU. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about breaking the record earlier on, Levin. How about they just completely demolished it by coming first place in this FNCS Grands? And the way that this is looking, it's looking really strong for them. The way that they were able to play these low ground layers, we sort of spoke about it earlier. The way that they're able to sort of bounce off each other in endgame and make sure that they can pick up eliminations, whilst also staying consistent as well. They're making the end games, which is really nice to see. And they have that uncontested, powerful drop spot. Of course, they didn't make it all the way in this game. Of course, they didn't end up picking up a victory, but keep doing that throughout the day, and that's going to really benefit them.
We need to do a really quick check-in, boys, because I did speak to Kickoff from Gentle Mates earlier. If you want to witness him and the likes of Guitarga from the Mates chatting, they're streaming Guitarga's channel right now. We've got some good news for those boys and for all their fans watching, because they are 3 for 3 in the Osborne battle versus Camiseti and Chari. Kickoff said, just wait. And I have to say, I didn't really believe him, but Mini Minor, I was wrong.
Yeah, and as was I in terms of my expectations of how this fight was going to go. I'm sure a lot of people would say the exact same. This is, I mean, this is not how things were supposed to go from the perspective of Cami, Seti, and Shari, but this is the dream start for Podosai, Kira, and Xweez. They just absolutely dominated so far. That fight right there took a little bit longer, which resulted in a third party coming on in, but Levin, they're just absolutely dominating so far.
Podosai went huge there. What a performance for him to clutch up, because they were down 2v3, expecting Cami and Seti to finally get that win off Spawn. Podosai said, no. Like my manager Nikov said, wait and see.
Wait and see. You know what also I really wish we had was Levin's reaction face during that fight, because I could hear him and I could just imagine it, and it was like... And with that, we're heading off to our casters as we kick off game number 4. Takon Takata, take it away. got to say that I don't trust being around Veno ever again because he might have an invisibility medallion and just pop out of nowhere. That was madness, Levin. They got the island, they didn't get the hype, but they did get the victory royale.
That was disgusting. Like, this is what this guy can do. I mean, you look over the past year or so, I know things were hard when he was playing duos with Tayson and then he went to Clicks and they had their struggles, but I really feel like, a lot of people forgot like who this guy really is. Of course, he's playing with Vico, he's playing with Flixie. They've shown us in recent seasons how capable they are, but never sleep on Veno. Never forget what that guy is capable of. I mean, that is just ridiculous way to end that game and to win it 2v3.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with how Veno has brought some stability to this team, some IGLing ability, and some stability. Just steady the ship in terms of what Vico and Flix are able to do. But what a lot of people forget, and I think what we're being reminded of right now, is how good he is as a mechanical player. He's the player that can quite literally do it all, and they've been doing it all today. Of course, they won on high earlier on, now winning now on the sort of low ground section of the game as well. It just seems like whenever these guys get into this end game, put themselves in a good position with good surge, they seem to find a really, really good game out of it. And that's 2 out of 2 games, Levin. The Island team managing to pick up the victory royale. So clearly another big element of the game.
It's not even just that, right? You know, my good brother Resub on X, you know, he made a post where the Island teams actually come second in the 2 games that it didn't win now.
Yeah.
So the record for the Island team is literally like second, first. Play for the Island and you will have a good game is what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, this was incredible as well. Just the sort of the height take and everything about this this clutch. Vico there at the end as well played such a great part. And an important element there, something that we broke down at the beginning, was that invisibility medallion. I don't think Veno would have eliminated Vanya if it wasn't for that medallion, because Vanya just didn't know where he was, trying to look in the box. Where is he? Next thing you know, you're on the ground knocked. So it's just so powerful, and that's what Veno does best.
And just last week, you guys were talking about the fact that the invisibility medallion and Veno is this match made in heaven. And we're going to talk more about what went down in that heavenly game number 4 after this break. Welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is our Major 1 finals, and so far it's absolutely delivering. We've got a whole other day of this, boys, but I just don't want it to end because I just can't wait to see who's going to be taking it. We're definitely seeing the big trio step up. We're also seeing some more surprising names, also challenging the leaderboard. More on that in a moment, because first of all, we should talk about Marius, Vanya and Pixie Mini Miner, because yes, they came very close to taking the victory royale. Then they had high ground on lock until the final moments, but actually they had a fantastic start to the game too.
Yeah, they did. The way that they actually took advantage of the sort of Seaport City fight, we saw that Queasy and company took a little bit longer in that fight against Momsy and his team. Then of course iDrop's team went on in there, and then this team, Vanya, Pixie and Marius, then almost fourth partied in a sense, and it just set them up so well for this game. Then for the end game 11, it's kind of exactly what we expect from this trio. Really nicely played high ground from them, and a really well played to like sort of suppress the lobby and make sure everyone's compressed down, so that it did come down to this final 1v1.
And remember, we almost didn't see this team in the FNCS final. They were one of the last chance qualifier teams. This is a team that, again, just had so many problems, you know, outside of Kappa Kappa Factory when they were uncontested in that group stage. It looked like they didn't have a clue what they were doing. And the contrast to now, where they are one of the better teams in this lobby. Again, the beauty of the format, the last chance qualifier was great. Another last chance qualifier team in Haris's team, Teeny's team, they're also in the top 10 looking good as well. So it's nice to see these teams that had struggles through the season figuring things out here in the finals.
Just quickly though, Levin, are you surprised they managed to get it together? Because when you look at the individual elements, those players on this trio, all three of them are guys we are used to seeing on the first page of a leaderboard.
Yeah, no, it was always about the meta read, right? It was always about understanding the game. The talent was never the question with Marius, Pixie and Vanya on the team. It was about figuring out how to play. I think the way, you know, the surge has been breaking down in this lobby, where it's a lot of like these like team fights that are taking place where they're able to come in and third party, has benefited how they want to play.
Well, let's take a look at our surprise in number 2. And I say surprise because actually, Mini Miner, this was your surprise trio going into the Major 1 finals. Katrick, Finchek and Uppal, they're playing a blinder.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys so far. I knew they were going to do good. I knew that there was a team that we expected to do pretty good overall, I think. I'm sure a lot of people would agree, but not necessarily this good. Second place after 4 games. Their placements have been really good as well. 4th, 6th, and 3rd. And this game in particular, they're best of the lot so far. They just keep getting better, Levin, and it seems like the way that they're able to hold off other teams in fights so far has been really good. They're really strong in the surge as well. So I'm not too concerned about the way that this could go worse for this team, I guess.
Yeah, they're a team that I've been telling people not to sleep on. I feel like so many people were sleeping on them. They're a team who, again, since like that sort of last week of the divisionals, they've just been in great form. And I feel like when you watch their games, you watch how they play, so much firepower, they can keep up with the best of them. Again, you can't sleep on some of the new talent popping up in the EU. A lot of these guys just will surprise you. They will prove you wrong if you do.
Well, no one's going to be sleeping on Dimas, Derm and Pix now, because they were your surprise trio 11. And these guys are aggressive. They will TP on you and just steal your elimination life for Surge.
Well, yeah, they were the ones getting TP'd on last game, right? By Mason and Comeback and Blaha, but a tough game for them. Again, I'm not worried about these guys. Like, I think the key thing to remember is that when a team this sort of inexperienced in this lobby, you know, has as you know, the early success they've had, they're gonna run into hiccups. They're gonna run into problems. We can't expect them to just, you know, win 12 out of 12 games, right? That's not the standard here for them. They're gonna have to figure things out, but they'll be all right.
Yeah, they're more than all right, judging by their position on the leaderboard. We have to head swiftly, though, into game number 5. So let's head back to Takata and Taco. Thank you so much, guys. Sky, Scroll, and iDrop, they consistently have made it to the top 10. I believe all 5 of our games, but finally, Mini Miner, they're able to go the extra mile and claim that victory royale.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible. What an end to that game. I mean, when we saw that Vanya and his team actually had those heals, I thought, right, yeah, Pixie is going to be able to just heal off here, easily win the game. What are the chances, Levin, that it's actually his wall in terms of Sky Scroll? Like, all those builds he could have gone into, and he goes into the builds of iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. And I guess that's something that we don't really speak too much about when it comes to heal-offs. You have to make sure that all the builds are yours.
I mean, we're underselling him here. Like, it was not in his control. He ran out of heals. The game was literally lost. He hears Pixie healing off, and he just happens to have the wall, like you say. I mean, like, I genuinely was like getting ready to say, okay, wow, yeah, that's the win for Pixie Maris, another win from a team sitting up on the island saving all their mats, and then that happens. I mean, Sky, wow, he must be really feeling. Of course, he's been, I think, that the player on this team, he's been getting the most love of late in terms of just his prowess, being a leader, being, you know, a fragger, being able to just do everything the team needs. Pixie, a false sense of security for sure. Definitely was not expecting that to be Sky's wall of all people, but yeah, what a finish to that game. Unreal.
Well, we hope that Vanya and his trio will pick themselves up, because that's the second time they come within a hair's breadth of taking a victory royale. So I'm sure that's going to do great things for them in terms of the leaderboard, which we'll be checking out after this break. Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 1 Finals, and we just have one more game to go from day one of the action. But don't worry, that means, if you do the maths, 7 games still to come your way. And if you missed the last one, it's certainly delivered, 11-2K.
I mean, what a finish. Like, let's be honest, it's rare that you get hyped for a heal off in Fortnite, you know what I mean? But that was a proper hype heal off. What are the chances that if Sky's Wall there, they'll be over the moon with that, especially with where that leaves them on the leaderboard now?
Yeah, it's so rare that a heal off kind of flips the switch like that, whereas like, you know, you can kind of just predict who's going to win the heal off. Like, they got the most heals, they're going to win, and it's like just comes out of nowhere, right? I think he sees him through like a sort of weak wall and then goes through. What an incredible performance there in that end game, and look at where it boosts them up into the leaderboard as well. Second place for them, which is kind of where we expected them to be at the beginning of the day.
It's also really exciting. Oh, apologies. Go right ahead, Devin.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the way the leaderboard is shaping up is so exciting. I feel like you're probably gonna say the exact same thing, Frankie, right? Where like you got two teams at the top who are like big favorite teams, right? Of course, Vico, Veno, Flixie have started to pick things up in recent games, especially after that win there. Then you have iJoe, Sky, and Scroll, who we obviously said were a dark horse team, but again, just another team that's been super in contention. Then the next two teams are just two last chance qualifying teams in Vanya and Teeny's teams. And then after that is like the two teams we said would be surprise performances, right? So like we just got a bit of different flavors all in there right now, like so many different types of teams finding success in this lobby.
And we've got to draw some attention as well to Marius and Vanya. It's the second game that they've had the high ground, the second game where they've become second, literally so close to that victory royale mini minor. And I think this is consistency. It's something we're going to see from them going into day 2.
Yeah, and when I saw them, you know, on high yet again in a really good situation, another sort of 3v3 situation, I was going to cross-reference back to the last chance qualifier where they had a very similar situation in game 2 and then game 3, and they ended up winning that second game, the game 3 there. It just wasn't to be. I think down here at this current moment we're about to see, I think it's Vanya that actually just whiffs. I think he just completely misses his shots as he drops down onto iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, and that unfortunately for them was the reason why he went down, and it's just so unfortunate. But they had all the success level, they had all the win conditions in the heals, but they just couldn't execute it.
Yeah, as good as these guys are doing, and I mean they are doing very impressively, right?
Yeah.
I am starting to get a bit concerned like this, just because like they've now had way too many games where they're like second place, and I'm like, like, what's happening here? Do you know what I mean? Like, when I watched their last chance qualifier games, as much as they eventually did get the win in the third one, it's like the one where they came second, and even in their win, they looked a bit shaky when they were up on high, and it's like final 2v2 or 3v3, sorry. And then here in these games, again, just 3 second places. It's like, come on, guys, like you gotta get the win eventually, right? Like you can't keep doing this. Even with that being said, though, for them to be third, I think is very impressive and would surprise a lot of people with just how their season's gone.
Levin, they're just leaving it to the last chance. I'm sorry.
Some would say
sorry.
that, yes.
Let's just quickly give props as well, again, to Pickstar and Demas as well, because this is your surprise trio, and they are so incredibly aggressive for the fact that this is their first FNCS finals, right? And yet they are styling on everyone that they meet.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see teams and players perform so well, right? Obviously, last year we had Chap who burst onto the scene, got, you know, a couple second places, which was really impressive. But even then, Chap was playing with like a very experienced player in Teeny, right? You know, he's playing with someone who's got that top pedigree. All 3 of these guys aren't players who you consider having that top pedigree. They aren't players with that type of experience, but they are playing like veterans, right? You know, they're not even like playing scared or anything. You know, like I see people doing like the very easy, like lazy comparison of like, oh, they're like Kamisei, you know, of course, because Polish trio or whatever. But they're actually like fragging when needed. Like these guys are so impressive.
They're Polska Guruming, as I believe Taco said earlier on. And we're going to head back to Taco and Takata now because we've only got one more game for day 1 of the Major 1 finals, and it's arrived. final 6 games of the Major 1 finals, and they're definitely delivering so far. But I have to say, Mini Miner, did you have this victory royale on your bingo card?
No, I don't think I did at all. I mean, especially since the way that the day has been going for these guys, their best placement was 14th in game number 1. So it's been a bit of a downward trend for this team, particularly since we know how good each of them are individually, how much experience they have, Levin. It's a bit of a surprise to see them not doing so well when you look at it on paper, but a really nice end to the day for them. And as Taco mentioned, it's going to do them wonders for their points and for their momentum.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about these guys coming into this, just because I feel like the story, you know, for them for a lot of this season was just like, hey, the beef with Reason is crazy. Like, off spawn, what's gonna happen if Reason qualifies? Like, what are these guys gonna do? And then I feel like everyone will sort of forget, wait, okay, these guys are Uncon now. What do they look like, Uncon? Like, how do they actually handle that? Are they able to get surge consistently? Are they able to be in good positions and like dominate from marshmallows like we've seen other teams do in other regions? The answer to that question today is been an astounding no, to be honest, until this final game. So a bit of life, and I think you need that sometimes in that last game, right? Because if this game maybe had gone how the other games had gone, Frankie, you might go into tomorrow with the vibes incredibly low, right? But at least you use this to sort of give yourself a bit of momentum going into tomorrow.
Although we have to make it known and remind anyone who doesn't know yet that there is no 1.5 times multiplier on the points tomorrow. It's the same point scoring system as we had on day number 1, which is different from finals we've had really in the last couple of seasons. So that's something that the teams aren't going to be able to lean on. You need to be consistent on both day 1 and day 2. And as we look at the standings, you can see some incredibly consistent teams. And one of them is currently at number 1. No victory royales to their name, Mini Miner, but Vanyaq, Pixie and Marius have consistently made endgame after endgame, and it's showing on the leaderboard.
Wow, incredible stuff from these guys. That's 3 second places, 1/3 there in that last game. Pixie definitely has to take the credit here for his endgame clutches. It was the invisibility medallion yet again, Levin, that really clutches up for him. Unfortunately, of course, Vanya went down really, really early, and it was looking really strong for this team. I think they were on the island at one point there as well. I think they were the team to actually claim it, and particularly with how the zone ended up polling, you think, right, as the day has gone so far, the island team are going to progress and do really well from that position. But if it wasn't for Pixie, they would have gone down so much earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to really big up Pixie, because I feel like a lot of people know how talented he is. But, you know, a lot of people forget when Trio sort of came about, the trio he was trying out with and playing tournaments with was Queasy and Veno. Like, he looked like he was on an amazing trio, a kind of trio you expect to see do well on LAN and, you know, dominate FNCSs. And obviously, Queasy and Veno didn't quite get along in that trio, so they split up. And Pixie ended up looking like the worst for wear of that team, right? Because Queasy goes and plays with, you know, 2 amazing players in Mustache and Swizzy. Veno obviously goes and plays in 2 amazing players in Flixie and Vico. And so you left with Pixie almost on a team that didn't even make the finals, right? And so I'm so happy to see him like performing and stepping up and going huge for his team here and outplacing those 2 guys who left him in the dust, you could say. So really happy and a great story for Pixie.
This is such an exciting top 10, guys. And if you look at number 5, Swizzy, Queasy and MrSavage, they didn't have the games that they would have absolutely adored, like for the most part today, but they managed to pick things up at the end. I know obviously they got a victory royale, but yeah, I mean, I feel like mixed feelings about this trio. I don't know.
It's interesting, right? Because I feel like the last game at least was always tied up like in a good place, and then this hype take happens, right? Where Comeback, Blaha, Mixon, that trio decide to go up for it, and you know you don't expect to see them losing fights for hype, but look at their match, right? Like they were sort of just running so low that it's not even really a fight, you know? So things sort of just spiraled out at the end there. I think the one thing that they'll be very happy with, and like a bit of a silver lining, especially for Queasy, Swizzy and Mustaches, their main objective today, as well as winning FNCS, was to make sure Skyjump, Shakos and Momsy were just as far down the leaderboard as possible, right? And they've done that because those guys are lost. So I think, you know, they'll take a dub in that, and they're still in a really strong spot going into tomorrow.
I think a lot of their problems have come from those sort of third-partying teams coming in. And I think that's where we saw them have that little wobble in the middle of the day. They had a 1st, then a 7th, then a 26th, and a 27th. So you can just see how things started to go south for them. And I think what the best players do, and what Queasy has done here with the big brain that he has, of course, and the experience in this sort of in these sort of situations, is just to weather that storm, learn from the mistakes that they made. Think about how can we approach this as a problem and how can we solve it, instead of just sort of backing down, just saying, oh, you know, everyone's just third-partying. What do? We can't do anything. he's figured out a solution. And I think for them tomorrow, making sure they can either finish that fight quickly or even just sort of disengage, get some tags and leave is going to be important. But as you mentioned, Levin, they'll be more than happy that Mumsy and company are on last place at the moment.
So, Coach Levin, I know obviously Queasy's got another coach, but I do want to ask you about this off-spawn situation and just what you would do if you were them tomorrow. Would you still be going to Seaport? Would you go back to Kappa Kappa or seek somewhere new entirely?
No, of course you're gonna stay at Seaport. They've been winning. Like they're winning, right? It's like Minnie said, the problem's been like the third-party teams that come in when the fight like maybe drags out a bit too long. But absolutely, you stay at Seaport. I think like in that regard, the objective has been completed. I'd be wondering what Skyjump and them do. Do they decide that they actually want to stay? Probably, knowing French teams historically, right? But still, you know, like that's who really needs that question. Do you guys stay after losing so badly today?
Well, consider me coached. And I love being coached by Levin, as you're all witness to on this broadcast. So, in terms of tomorrow, boys, do you think we're going to see some changes at the top of the leaderboard? I don't know if we're able to see the leaderboard again one last time before we actually sign off for the evening, because it would just be really good to just have a quick reminder and also see where our big contenders are, because we didn't mention Vico, Veno and Flixie. I mean, they had a phenomenal day. They are really only just behind Valiant Pixie and Maris, and given their propensity for getting victory royales, I would not be surprised if they pick up another 2 tomorrow. Mini Minor, do you think they're going to supercharge things even further tomorrow?
Yeah, they definitely can. They can definitely learn from today as well, but as will everyone else. As will everyone else around them. We saw there in that last game, Veno actually going down when he's going for that sort of different position off spawn. So things can definitely be difficult for them when it comes to the off spawn situation. I'm just sort of looking at that sort of maybe top 5, top 6. It's still all to play for. And as you mentioned, Frankie, we don't have that 1.5x points multiplier. So if there's any teams that are in that sort of top 5, any of those guys could definitely win it. And even some players down below, they could definitely make a surge as well. So it's most certainly not over yet.
Levin, is it going to be a big trio? Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No.
Go on, you go on.
This is the one. This is the one. This is where you want to be. If you're Vico, Veno, Flixie, you want to be in second place. We've seen in EU in the past the first place curse. You don't want to be the team in first place day one. You know what I mean? Too much pressure there. Vico, Veno, Flixie is sitting in second place. They've looked good today. They've had a couple wins. They're going to take it home tomorrow.
Yeah. They're not runner-up, as Mini Minor put them.
No, well, they're not. And my teams are winning at the moment. Malibu not quite having the best day. But again, as I mentioned, anything can happen, right? So
Really
it's not bad at all, right? But they're just, not necessarily doing what I expect them to do. But, there's a chance tonight to look back at the VODs, look back at what they can do differently, and maybe make some changes going into tomorrow. But there's still so much to play for.
There absolutely is, and we got 6 more games before we find out who is our champion of the Major 1 final. So make sure you come back tomorrow. Don't miss a moment of the action, and stay tuned as well, because the North American competition is coming up. Is Peter Bot going to prove himself to be the greatest NA player of all time?
Yes.
Has he already done that? Yes, Levin's like, yes.
Advanced already don't need to watch anymore. There you go.
But I think you should, because I think you're going to see a masterclass. So thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you, boys. And not once and for all, because we've got 2 more shows, 1 more show. I've got an outro that I'm not going to mess up tomorrow. But tonight I've very much messed up. So let's sound that horn.